Thank you, Maddie, for giving Cheesy the points. How you doing? You're at 170? I hate that didn't stay on by default. I think that fucked me last stream a little bit. There we go. Okay. What's up, Cheesy? I am tired. My hips so much. Yeah. Well, I mean, you still got all week, Maddie. This being Monday and all. Son of a bitch! Hi again, Amizu. Sorry, I saw your messages. I had to end stream because I wasn't dual streaming on YouTube. So, and I think that happened last stream. Catherine? Catherine with the rare murder? What the heck? Yeah, I couldn't fall asleep last night. I had a good stretch of not having that issue, and then I couldn't fall asleep. Could not do it. No, not yet, Omizu. It's all horizontal, but like to get it to stream to both like my main channel and the real stuff, I think I didn't have that clicked when I started today for YouTube to automatically do it. I haven't tried again since the 3 times I tried earlier, but I know there's a way. I believe that was Catherine. That was shocking. You got the bloodlust. Do you prefer the horizontal, Omizu, or do you prefer the vertical? I know you mentioned the vertical last time. But I take it if you're on your computer, you prefer horizontal, is my guess. The vertical is good. Oh. Whoa. Fucker. You're the fucker, Sashi. I miss your first fucker. Damn it, Sashi. How is your convention going? Oh, come tonight. Hips don't lie. Actually, I can watch multiple streams if it's vertical. Oh, okay. So that's good for you then. On the desktop. I really did not feel like painting today, everybody. Frankly, I still don't. Frankly, I still don't feel like painting. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. To spite myself. No, I'll be fine once I get going. I'll regret it if I don't. Plus, I want to watch... I want to, like, have a watch sumo day. And possibly some Paralympics tomorrow. Yeah, this is a power through it situation. Because this is probably going to take a 3rd session. Slow. And I stick out like a sore thumb. So not a good event for you, Sashi? Sorry to hear that. my God, Maddie.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Hi, Monica. Monica. I have to make paint. Maybe I make paint tomorrow. Ugh, that's just gonna be a full day of work, though. But I need to make paint. I've been saying it for weeks. Gotcha, Sashi. Pretty stale, Monica. The grapes are barely holding on too. The cheese is in good shape, though. Yeah, it's more about Maddie. It's gonna be like it's gonna probably be like 10 hours of work, like 10 hours of on my feet work. But I mean, I could probably make a YouTube video out of it too, though. Like it. Here's the thing: it'll be good for me to do. It's just a really fucking long day. But I only have one tube of yellow left. And I'm running out of titanium white as well, and burnt umber. I do. Time you get to the bread, it'll have mold on. Possibly. Depends on the tube, Monica. With these bigger, I don't know. I would say the average tube of titanium white, lead white, burnt umber would probably last me 10 to 15 sessions. 10 to 15 sessions. I would say the average tube of Pyrrole Red, probably like 25. Same with 25 to 30. Same with Phthalo Blue. Ultramarine Blue is probably in that 10 to 15, maybe 20. Quinacridone Magenta is probably in that 25-ish range. But now I'm trying to use more extender. In my stuff. So I could paint thicker without using more paint. Ow, fucking shit. Do I have skizzers over here? I usually have scissors over here. Shit. Yeah, like if I was painting small canvases, it would go a lot slower, Monica. Sorry, I gotta find scissors. Ugh. But like, especially if I'm going to these art fairs, Monica and Maddie, I have to have I want to have a big stack because I can't run into a situation where somebody wants to buy my paint at the art fairs and I don't have enough for it. And I might be literally doing 5 art fairs this year. B, aggressive. B-E. So we actually might have to do some watercolor making streams, Maddie. That I can stream, because that I still do from here. Watercolors I still do by hand. And that is going to have to be multiple sessions. Because, you know, I can't do, like, I can fill up one of those half pans, but they dry and get smaller, so I have to refill them. So, like, I probably have to do 3 watercolor sessions. Thank you, Sashi. We're gonna see. I'm pretty much resolving myself to bring all my fucked up pervert stuff to the art fairs. So so we'll see how those go. This is a goddamn mess. Finishing up tubes are a mess. Monica, you would want to work that large? You could get tins for cheap. I think making homemade watercolor palettes would be a good thing to sell. Yeah, or having some customizability. The problem is just, it's hard to, like, I would probably, the best bet is probably just to honestly do custom ones where I paint them myself. Yeah, that makes sense, Sashi. I am going to all the art fairs I'm going to are richer areas. Or well-off areas, so I wonder how that will translate to those. How many life-size nudes doing naughty things I could fit in a canvas? That's true. That's true. Like eating barbecue in their bed. Yeah, I actually had less yellow in there than I expected. I wish I could open this up more. By the way, Monica, I loved Gaslight. Movie's a fucking blast.
Wow,
that is true.
Wow.
Well, thank you, Odorous. There you go. Everybody check those primes. Thank you very much. It is appreciated. Thank you for your Jeff bucks. Not bad, Yambri. Maddie, yours was at 180, right? Or 170. Maddie's at 170, you're at 160. Hola! How are you doing today, Yambri? All right, so I did finish that tube of yellow. I have some older yellows that I need to finish in my bin, but I only have one ready to sell bismuth yellow. Cigarette, then start painting long. Digital as it is for night. Nice. Oh, that's a good idea, Monica. I'm doing all right, Yambari. I had a rough night. I couldn't fall asleep yesterday. And I probably didn't fall asleep till a lot of you woke up this morning. After lying in my bed for 4 hours. And I don't feel like painting today. Notorious? Can you send me a message? I added some ones to the list, Monica. Best days to paint? We'll see. I was feeling like better as it was getting closer to stream, but it's like I also just really wanted to do nothing, but I don't want to do anything tomorrow. But now I might have to make paint tomorrow. Or I might force myself to make paint tomorrow. And have one of those days. And I really fucking should. I mean, it'd be really good. I'd feel good if I forced myself to do stuff on days that I'd normally be unproductive on. Weird Punks Club, kids, queer folks. Yeah, that makes sense. No worries, Sashi. Yeah. Yeah, it's alright. I still slept some, but I slept later than I wanted to. I'm trying to keep like a 2 to 10 sleeping range. But I didn't, you know, being honest, I didn't fall asleep until 6:30 in the morning today. The sun was up by the time I fell asleep today. And, and then I slept till like 11:15. But it was weird. It caught me out of the blue. I haven't had sleeping problems recently, outside of just going to bed at bad times, but like, I haven't had many issues falling asleep recently, and then it just came out of nowhere. And I knew it when it was happening, where it's like, oh shit, I'm not gonna be able to fall asleep. But I am so excited for Sumo tomorrow. That's going to be awesome. Rooting for Anishki. I want to see him hit Yokozuna. Why do you wear gloves? Super Olds, it's to limit the accidental ingestion of paint, or whether it be like biting my nails, touching my face and stuff after the fact. Plus, I use lead white Super Olds. So inhibiting ingestion is more of a priority when you have lead on your palette. Wait, I have a hype train from the sub, huh? Hype train, everybody. Plus the glove resale biz, obviously. Yeah, Super Old. Like, none of the pigment, you know, like the titanium white, Dalo blue, none of these pigments are toxic or are necessarily dangerous to ingest on a given time. Outside of lead, obviously. But I intend to paint for the rest of my life. And I don't know what accidental ingestion over the course of years could do. So, taking a simple precaution seems like a reasonable thing to do. So I was doing this even before I used lead white. And now we just need some oleo gel. You're welcome. Super Old, don't hesitate to ask any questions you might have. My palette for today is titanium white, lead white, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, pyrrole red, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, burnt umber. My palette cam definitely seems to be fucking with the reds a bit, though. All right. All right. Now let's get out some oleo gel. Is white with lead that much better? It is. So do you know what the difference is, Super Olds? There's several significant differences between lead white and titanium white. I have a video of it on my YouTube as well if you'd like to see the color difference. I also go over it, but I'm happy to explain it here. But yeah, super old. The main difference between... All right. So one, super olds, they are different colors. They mix differently. Titanium white mixes like a blue that leans purple. Lead white mixes like an orange. So if you're adding white to an orange or a blue, it actually makes a very significant difference on the color range you can hit. Secondarily, lead white is an extremely archival pigment. It keeps the oil film, when your paint dries, oil paint dries, it develops what they call an oil film. That film becomes a lot more durable and flexible with lead paint. Okay? Titanium white actually is it is not a great archival pigment. Okay? It has some yellowing issues and it doesn't make a durable film. Secondarily, titanium white is fully opaque and very opaque in strong tinting. Lead white is not a strong tinter and it's semi-transparent. Now, that is not necessarily a better or worse thing. I personally prefer the opacity and strength of titanium white. And I'd like that to be the case with lead white, but it is not. But those are the significant difference. Lead white produces huge archival benefits and a warm white. Titanium white is a cold, opaque white, but with negative archival benefits. Those are the main difference. If you want to see that demonstrated, I would suggest going to my video. I think it's called what's the difference between lead white and titanium white, or what white should you use? Something like that. It's one of those names. And you should absolutely never use zinc white. Zinc white, you should check your titanium whites to see if they have zinc white added to them. If they have zinc white added to them as an additive, or you use zinc white on your own and you're painting with oils, you should throw it out and not use it. Zinc white is the devil. Zinc white is the Maddie of oil paints. All right. So I gotta move my croissant. I put the grapes and the cheese in the refrigerator, and I had to put them back here, so I gotta move them again. Okay. All right, let's start, huh? You're welcome. But once again, you can see actually the demonstration between the color difference. Super old. There's some other videos on greens and blacks as well. But like I said, ask any question you want. I'll answer anything. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay. I have a light on that shouldn't be on. God damn it. Sorry, everybody. I gotta turn off this light now. I was wondering why that shadow looks so fucking different. For anyone who doesn't know, I paint from life. So I'm struggling to keep some continuity because I have some perishable items up here. The cheese just moved again. God damn it. Okay. Spent like 20 minutes trying to get it in the right spot again. 1 second. All right. That looks better. Of course. Of course. All right. Let's get started, everybody. All right, so first off, I really got to get in some significant marks for the background as far as like really honing in that value. Probably throw in a little bit of this too. Be careful with the phthalo. Is that where we want to be at? Maybe a touch more ultramarine. It's definitely on the warmer side. Question is the brightness. That seems more right. My shoulder actually feels tired too. God, it could probably use... I should have added a little lead to this too. which I'll do now. It got a lot brighter. Monica, what are you painting? Some girl from Pinterest, which might not be an AI photo, we'll never know. You know they have a setting on Pinterest to turn off AI, right, Monica? Gotcha. Doesn't work very well. I imagine to be difficult, but that's why we all have to keep on supporting people who poison the AI. AI. There's some YouTube creators who are just like, yeah, we're releasing like poison photos of hands and shit like that. Yeah. Living in. All right, so my cheese and grapes are in slightly different positions, right? Meow. So that's a bit annoying. You want some provolone? Provolone is good. I like provolone on sandwiches. On sandwiches. On a sandwich. Okay. So now the question is, do we hone in the shadow? We should probably hone in the color of the shadow because I don't think purple is where we want to go. It needs to be like a dark blue, desaturated dark blue, one step above. I guess I could probably use this brush for it. So we'll start off with some burnt umber. We're going to use some of this white mixture to... Phthalo blue will probably be too strong. Let's see how this looks. Sometimes I see like a little bit of a purple lean, but I can't make it as strong as what I just had. So let's ease into it. And it's not as dark as I can make it, but let's... Hard for me to tell on that pass. Let's do another pass. I don't know if that purple has dried yet. That looks too brown to me. Still. So we'll bump the blue a little bit. That pass seemed better, yeah. Hi, I'm making toast. Welcome in. Hello, must love pickles as I'm making toast. I think that just needs to be brighter, huh? Must make toast, yeah. It's your alter ego. Like my alter ego is Dennis. Or Frank Danger on certain nights. Well, when I'm blackout drunk, I'm Frank Danger. Just very, very rare. How dare you, Maddie? I am not an alcohol head. Unlike you. Right. That bottle is still a little bit too far to the left, I think. Shooby doo ba ba. So how are all those local sports teams, everybody? I know, Maddie, you must be annoyed with the Steelers right now. Same with you, Sashi, and your Portland Trail Blazers that you're such a big fan of. And Monica being the huge Los Angeles Lakers fan. I know. I could tell, Maddie. I could tell. Is Tony Kukoc Croatian? I knew he's European, I just didn't know where. Well, I am a Bulls fan too, Monica. I thought you were just a huge LeBron fan, though. Well, you know they're being sold right now, Catherine. I did not know that. He was a big part of those teams. Are you a Seahawks fan, Catherine? Like, do you follow it? Petrovic, yep. I have heard of Petrovic. Yeah, there's a lot of good athletes from Croatia. I mean, your soccer teams have done well recently too. Gotcha. Well, I imagine everybody in if you're in the Seattle area or know Seattle fans, they're probably just super stoked. Yep, I've heard about that. Well, there also might be a team moving back to Seattle, Catherine. I forget there was a team who was kind of like who was considering that, but I think they want to put an expansion team there. But now you have the Kraken, you have the Seahawks, you don't have basketball, but you have the Mariners too, and the Mariners have been pretty good too. I'm surprised though that they would move they'd move the Sonics out of Seattle to Oklahoma City. Very rarely, Monica. I have enjoyed watching soccer, football. It like as a live sport, I think it's fantastic. I do watch the World Cups though. The opening ceremonies are today, and they start in I think an hour. Silver, I think they start in an hour. But the official basho starts tomorrow. Yeah. Now, I would say this, Monica, if Poland or Ukrainian were, like, better, I probably would have more interest. But I've watched rugby, though. I've watched the Six Nations. I watch the occasional professional game or have it on. That label is too small, huh? Yeah, Shevchenko. I remember Shevchenko. That's when they had some like okay runs or showings in the World Cup, or they were disappointing. It was one of the two, but Shevchenko was considered like one of the best players in the world. Poland recently, I forget who Poland's big player was in like the last two World Cups. I forget his name, but he, he's a humongous player. Like professionally. Lewandowski, yeah, or Lewandowski. Yep. That was his name. And there was a couple times in Chicago where the Krakow team came for an exhibition against the Chicago team that my family... We saw 2 of those as well. In person. Well, and like Messi was considered doing it, but like soccer is odd, Monica, because some of the United States soccer teams are like worth quite a bit of money, but it's just not as like, it's not like shown as much here, right? Like on TV, but it seems to be like decently healthy in the United States, despite not it being like one of our top 4 sports. Are you a big soccer fan, Monica? I'm like it's Croatia's main professional sport, right? I imagine you also have decent basketball too. Big in my family growing up, and it still is in my... Yeah. I mean, it's fun with friends. Like, that's why I like sport. It's like... I like sport spectacles. Like, so Monica, like, March Madness? I love watching March Madness. It's like the spectacle of it's fun, but I don't watch any regular season college basketball. None. But March Madness, fuck yeah. So that's like where I try and I throw like parties here, Monica, for March Madness, and like if my friends come over, we'll cook and just hang out all day and watch that shit. No shit. When you were watching like the 90s Bulls and shit like that? Yeah. when I was growing up, I didn't know how good we had it, like, with the Bulls and how, like, exceptional that team was until it was kind of too late for me. Because, like, every year the Bulls just won, and it's just, like, all you knew as a kid. As a child of the 90s. No, I don't make cheese dip. I'll do, like, special things. Like, one year I did, like, curry noodles and some appetizers. Or I'll get Italian beef from somewhere. I did fried chicken, like karaage, one year. And I'll just cook for my friends, and we'll sit down and shoot the shit the whole day. Yeah. My God! Salt. You bastard. Salt, I was watching some Paralympic clips last night, and boy does curling and the skiing events were awesome. It's so cool. I saw a dude skiing downhill with no arms. It's fucking crazy. Bulletproof, nothing to lose. Fire away. It's really cool. And like it's, you know, not that this should be like a matter of like it existing, but it's, you know, it's even more like it's very entertaining. And also, not to mention, like, crazy impressive what some of those people are doing. I didn't see any clips of that, Salt. Bulletproof, nothing to lose, fire away. Are there? Okay. Well, maybe I'll put some on, because it looks like it's going to be a paint making day for me. Looks like I got like a 10-hour workday in front of me tomorrow. Yeah. That cheese keeps moving. Let me go fix this cut cheese, everybody. Just move my light. Great. Let me go fix this cut cheese for the umpteenth time. That seems closer. We're bulletproof, nothing to lose. Fire away. We gotta fix that. We gotta fix it, everybody. Gotta fix that. Yeah. Watch, United States does it again, and Cash Patel's back there. I don't know. I'd be willing to bet you serious money, Salt, that that Trump doesn't even know the Paralympics is going on. Nor cares. Well, I have heard about some advancements with Trump's, like, that apparently the White House might be preparing to announce. Okay, I've heard a rumor, everybody. We have some hope that the White House might be announcing that Trump has congenital heart failure and kidney disease. Soon. We can only hope, everybody. That's true. Trump Hunger Games. It's already been happening. It started in Minnesota. That's what was happening in Minnesota, Monica. Was the first Hunger Games. Yeah. Yep. My hometown is a guy who has 2 or 3 time parallel. That's really cool, Pickles. That's really cool. That actually reminds me, my brother went to high school with one of the founders of Google, or one of the founders of YouTube. One of the founders of YouTube, my brother went to high school with. And that Chris Nowakowski guy, who's big into CTE and wrestling and stuff like that, was in, I believe, in the same grade as my brother. I don't know anybody from my grades who was like famous or anything like that, though, or who I knew personally. Bulletproof, nothing to lose, fire away. Guy I went to school with founded a company called Carvertise. Oh, really? How you doing, Mud? I was telling Salt, I was watching some Paralympics clips last night of the curling and the skiing, and that shit was awesome, yo. You know the haystack painting that you showed me? Do you know how to technically do that effect? Many colors intertwined look like they're brush strokes. You're talking about one of the Monet haystacks, Monica? Yeah, I was looking at the beginning of the Olympics. It's individual brush strokes, Monica. There's no real technique. He just you know, probably just took a color, individual brush strokes, but use those to form like a general shape, right? Because Monet had a little bit of like a pointillism in him, or pointillistic in him at times, and the haystacks were definitely an example of that. You ain't got patience for that. You do, Monica. Monica, you should try something like that. Something that brings you out of your comfort zone. Mood. Well, maybe it takes a few sessions, huh? I mean, they weren't like, you know, They weren't very, like, fine brush marks. They're probably just, like, flicks, you know? And changing a color every now and then, or, you know, changing a contrast. Hi, Mono. Welcome in, bud. I'd rather flick something else. What are you talking about, Monica? What do you mean? Beans? What do you mean? How? Like what? Flick dried beans? I don't get it. Oh, I had some ideas for paintings, everybody. Who wants to talk through perspective paintings with me? I have ideas. I have ideas. Don't you crickets me. All right, who's ready to hear? So you flick cooked beans? Is this like some type of a Croatian sport I'm not aware of? Just talk. All right. Like we have a choice. You're goddamn right, Monica. All right, everybody. We're in the portion of the stream now sponsored by Dos Equis of let's talk about possible paintings I want to do and props I might have to get. First idea I had was Plasticia, my mannequin, in a big satin dress, but in like a pose where like maybe the dress is hanging like she's dancing, okay? But behind her, directly behind her, is my skeleton, like with his arms crossed across his chest, like so. Like his body would be blocked by Plasticia, but you'd see the head and maybe the arms. And I'm thinking about putting a tombstone and maybe like a floor like grass, right? I don't know about the background though. Like I could possibly put other people standing around it as well, watching Plasticia, essentially dancing on the grave. What do we think of that? What do we think of that? I would need to get a big dress for that. I would make it out of foam. I would make it out of foam, Monica. Were you really not, Maddie? Bulletproof, nothing to lose. Okay. Plasticia in a big dress. My mannequin in a big dress in a pose like they're dancing. So maybe the dress is like, I have the dress like kind of propped up like it's swinging around, right? So her dancing. But in the background, you'll see Ricardo, my skeleton, lying on the ground on his back, like with his arms crossed, and a tombstone, like, you know, next to his head. And then maybe, like, use some, like, fake grass or something like that he's lying on in a tombstone. That's the base of the idea. Or it could be, like, the other option would be it being, like, a raised platform. I don't know how the hell I would do that. That Ricardo is like on, so like imagine like a raised altar, but like I don't, like, once again, don't know how I do that, but like it's higher up, but like Plasticia is dancing in front of it. No, this would just be one large painting, but it's basically like Plasticia dancing over somebody's grave is the idea. So what do we think about that one? What do we think about that one?
I am looking for a Telvanni girl.
Thank you,
Are
Mono.
there any here?
I'm looking for
Also,
Telvanni
nice
girl.
paint.
Are there
I like
any
the
here?
silhouette.
What's a Telvanni girl? It does, right? That's if I had, like, Monica, if I had, like, the warehouse situation I want. What the hell is it? From Morrowind? Game. Gotcha. Oh, that's a race. That's right. Unfortunately, I don't think any Telvanni people watch my stream.
A good evening.
Dancing figure, but yeah, hard. Well, so, you know, Mud, do you know the John Singer Sargent dancing one? But I think it would look cool if you can shape the dress. Yeah, see, like, I like that base idea, Monica, of, like, Plasticia in a big satiny dress. I wish she was posable to the point that I could have her sit down like a portrait, right? But, like, I think I could, with fishing wire, make it that look like the dress is like swinging upwards like they're dancing, right? And I could move her hands, I could only move her hands up and down, right? But I think I could put one hand down and one arm lower and then attach like a fishing line to the dress to bring up the hand that's up with the dress up to where the hand that's moving upwards. Because, sorry, going back to you, Mud, that John Singer Sargent with the woman dancing, I do like the idea of recreating that with figures in the background, like playing guitars or instruments. Like I could use my trombone. I could probably find a cheap, like, guitar and stuff like that. If I had multiple skeletons playing instruments, and the background of Plastici in the dress dancing, too, is another thing. That's too much work. The Romani dancer one, yeah, it's one of his most famous ones. I could bring it up. I'll find the name of it. 1 second. You've got it, yeah. So that one. So now imagine that one less wide, but in the background maybe a group of skeletons, like 2 or 3 skeletons with a different instrument, maybe like in a kind of in like a half circle, right? But in like the back left while she's dancing, and maybe like I don't know, like Kevin holding some singles. Yeah, skeleton band, Plasticia dancing, Kevin with singles, standing right in front of her. Okay, that's a good idea. I should write that one down. Kevin always has to represent, like, out of anything I do, Kevin has to be representative of the worst archetype of the thing that's being done. Yeah, exactly. Right, so he's an alcoholic, but he only drinks 4 Loco, right? Granted, I guess Quaaludes. I think Quaaludes is pretty trashy for drug taking. I could do that. The only and that's kind of, you know, that's what Sargent did for that painting itself. Sargent, for a lot of those bigger paintings, kind of did them in a mural way, where he'd take pieces and do them at a time and place them in there, right? Because he also did murals as well. So, like, that is a way, and that's how, like, you know, you were bringing up Rubens, Monica. That's how Rubens did a lot of his pieces, and Bouguereau, specifically Bouguereau, did a lot of pieces like that. However, I want to get more skeletons, like that Lautrec idea I told you about, Monica. I need I swear though, one day, everybody, I'm gonna have 10 skeletons. But the next benchmark is 3. Three skeletons. But they're $150 a pop. And Papa can't afford that yet. At least ones that are anatomically sound. Bulletproof, nothing to lose. Fire away. My grapes aren't doing well. My grapes. It'd be cool to find a place like that, Mud. Probably be worth looking for. Yeah, I will. Originally, like, you know, it was one of those things that I, you know, prior to, like, last gift giving things, I wasn't sold on getting more skeletons, but now I'm just like, I want as many skeletons as possible. And mannequins. Bonjour! Bulletproof Skelebros. Pretty soon, all my friends are going to be skeletons, everybody. Because pretty inevitably, I'm going to be starting to talk with, you know, my mannequins and skeletons. Oh, you play PoE, Galaxy Girl? I'm big into PoE too. How is the new patch for PoE 1? Yeah, how is the new league? I heard that people are pretty excited for it because they got rid of like T17 maps. Maybe, but I also, part of this is, Monica, I need to be able to do it on my own. I can't rely. I try not to rely too much on the help of others. If I want to do this as a seriously, as a profession. Were you playing it today, Mono? Dying now, it's okay. I only got what class are you playing, Galaxy Girl? Yeah, I played a little bit of PoE 1, but then I just decided I'm just gonna focus on PoE 2. Because I'm kind of the opinion, once PoE 2 gets enough content, PoE 1 will seem not good enough. Witch Summoner, nice. Oh, Templar, nice. I really want the new weapons to come out for PoE 2. Nothing to lose. Fire away, fire away. Fuck. Did you not dry? Fire away. Oh. Is it longer than PoE 1's, Galaxy Girl? Oh, Viper? I've never really had many problems with Viper. The only thing I was disappointed in the last league is how fucked the economy got. Bulletproof, nothing to lose. I didn't have that problem. I usually play for about 6 weeks. But I'm excited for, you know, new content coming out. I usually always start with a Titan build and try and make that work, but they really want to keep that fucker weak late game. I'm really waiting for axes and swords to come out. I did Druid, though. I did a Plant Druid last one. And an Amazon. But I've done Blood Mage, I've done Mercenary, I've done a few. I mean, I did kinda. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily passive. Oh, you are. Well, Monoligus up there was the one who got me into PoE 2. Specifically. Or PoE to begin with, I should say. You're a passive. I'm like too ethical at times for PoE, where it's like I don't try and cheese shit or do the dominant builds. But it can make farming for currency quite difficult. Bulletproof, nothing to lose. Cheese is like, you know how like the top builds where like you can race through like the exploitative builds. I heard it from one of my on one of those Paralympics clips. There was a curler, I think from the United States, singing it. It got stuck in my head. Min-maxing, yeah. Like the max builds, that are, you could argue, are unethical. One is currently the better game, Mono, but 2 will surpass it soon. Well, sorry. Blame that one really cool Paralympic curler. I think he was an American, too. Basically. Mud, you have to just, you know, you're obligated to watch both in its entirety. Good, Mud, good. I know, right? All right, everybody, well, stream is done. Mud said to shut it down. Mud's shutting me down, everybody. Mud is imposing, is taking away my First Amendment rights. Actually, wait, fuck, you can raid the stream. Fuck, you can end it. So can, Pickles. Mono, I think you're missing out, bud. I think you're missing out by not playing any 2, but I get not wanting to play a game. But, I think you're missing out. I mean, there's always going to be updates because they always do leagues. But I think he's talking about release, when they have the official release. Which will probably be possibly later this year or early 2027. All right, Mud, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mud. Mud, please don't end the stream. By the way, plein air season is getting here sooner than we expected. I wouldn't be surprised if we had some outdoor streams coming up in March here, everybody. And I know you're all excited for that. It was 65 degrees here today. It's fucking boiling. Um, 65 is roughly 17, I think, for you all. 17? 16? Probably 16. 18? Okay. Yeah, that's way too fucking hot. Way too hot. I want it back to being 30 degrees and miserable. I'm not ready to go back. I suffered last summer, everybody. I want the highs to be 40. Well, that's the thing that's annoying, and this is a big, like, in the Midwest, our falls and springs, where it's, like, the perfect weather, don't last that long. Oh my god, Galaxy Girl, colored pencils? Jesus! Oh my god. How could you? Yeah, that's what it feels like, Mud. It was. Bulletproof, nothing to lose. Far away, far away. I hope you've learned your lessons, Galaxy Girl. Mud! Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Yeah, you did get auto-modded for that. You're bulletproof. Oh yeah, I remember that. Like a lady. Yep. The Automod's a notorious prude. Yeah, that is true. Do you know Arthur Gain? I do. I used to watch his stream. Monica, he was somebody I was considering taking his classes at one point. I didn't know that. He teaches, I got frustrated with him actually from a short he did on YouTube because he traced. Yeah, he's very good. I used to watch his streams on Twitch, Monica. I believe he's a professor in Spain. But this was like right when I started streaming, Monica. Yeah. He's very good. But I have to say, some of his paintings look like AI to be like, they're not AI references, but like how he paints and his contrast has a little bit of that. Hi, Cranky Martini. Broccoli. He's very good. Like, this is not a detraction to him. He paints with contrast in like a glowing way. He's very skilled, but I'm also I don't want to paint like him. Monica, what podcast was he on? So we used to, so Monica, what I was considering doing at one point is on his Patreon tier, he had one where you can get like a half-hour lesson and he'd review your shit with you once a month, and I think it was $180 a month for that, for like an hour of his time and his reviews. It's just the thing that I always got hung up. Yes, please, if you don't mind, Monica. The thing I always got hung up with lessons, everybody, is, and this could be a wrong way of approaching it. I'm not saying that, like, this is a dogmatic thing, but it stuck with me, is you should take lessons from somebody who you would be comfortable painting like. Because no matter who it is, they're going to be biased towards their approach. And you might argue that, well, you could take bits and pieces, and I think, of course, that possibility remains, but it is still going to instill at least minimum biases in you, right? Yeah. Can paint be used to make you feel good? In what way, Mono? Well, I am sorry, Galaxy Girl. Here's the thing. A lot of people, I'm not going to judge people for taking lessons, right? I get hung up on that specifically. I do find that there comes a point where some teachers just don't have much to teach you other than like, and yeah, I mean, that's kind of directly related to this, Mud, you know? I think it does, Mono. Like, I enjoy doing this. Time flies when I do this. Mono, like, when you play a game and you're playing and, like, 8 hours goes by in, like no time, that's what, like, painting's like for me. Most of the time, at least. Oh, and yeah, I'm completely... Like, Monica, I'm not saying he's doing anything on purpose or anything like that, right? He has progressed into a little bit of a content-y type approach recently with at least stuff I've seen of his. But his portraits, I mean, but he always did like celebrity portraits and shit like that on stream. And he is tremendously skilled. He was actually, I was paying attention to him a lot, Monica, when I was getting into paint making. Or right before I started making my paint, and I was watching his videos on specifically his palette. You know, I've diverted away from it because I don't think his palette is that good, but he has, you know, he has his reasons. Movie scenes, fan art, and explains things well. That was when I stopped watching him, Monica, when he started paywalling like everything. And he basically stopped streaming on Twitch. I don't think he streamed for a long time. But like you couldn't watch his VODs on Twitch because he made them subscriber only. A lot of his YouTube videos are member-only stuff, and I got a little frustrated with that. How you doing, Todd?
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my god, hooray! Squidgecraft. Welcome in. Get on in here. Get on in here. I better see some links from you, Squidgecraft. Squudge. Welcome in. I better see some links, or I will burn this place to the ground. Oh, come on, Mud. You're stuck here forever. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, Squudge. Give us your website. Not true, Galaxy Girl. I've been looking for an excuse. I've been looking for an excuse to get rid of all this stuff. Oh, I do have some other interesting news that might be relevant to people. Good. Everyone go to Squudge's website and follow all their socials. They post several times a day on all of their socials. Frankly, it's one of the best follows I've ever done in the last 20 seconds. Welcome in. What were you working on? Ooh, cool stuff. Some fun crafts and pieces. How come you don't use Sap Green, Prussian Blue, Van Dyke Brown, Alizarin Crimson? Because they're not light fast, though, Mizu. Hardly. Ask anyone in this chat. I am not too kind, Squudge. Nice. Bulletproof, nothing to lose. Oh yeah, so I got another interesting thing that might be relevant to people. All right, you might have all heard me bitch and complain about taking photos of my art. Does anybody recall these very few times that I complained about this specific problem? Very few. No, Mizu, that's an oxymoron. Okay. Yeah, Squudge, if you need to get out of here, I will happily kick you out if you'd like. So you don't have to feel guilty. Okay. I called a photographer yesterday. And I asked them, or I called a place that I thought could do scans. They rated it mud. And they have to lurk. And so I wanted to see, because I was talking with my mom about art fairs, about how like she's like you should have a book of photos of your artwork so people can see the other stuff I have for sale on my website, because obviously I can't bring everything in there. And I'm like, yeah, but like photos are fucking difficult. I have yet to like been able to take like good enough photos for even prints with anything I've had, or stuff that I'm like absolutely comfortable with prints. But so I finally investigated like people who can scan, but then I talked with a photographer who was very confident he could do it, and it was much cheaper than I expected. Yeah, there's also that benefit of it too, right? I'm gonna do a test run. His price was $20 for setup, and then like $1.50 per like camera shot. Because sometimes he has to like mend them together. You know what I mean? For his camera shots. But But so like at most it'd be like $6 for a clean photo, essentially, for the sizes I gave him. And so it's like I could probably go there for like 50, 60 bucks and get pictures of 10 paintings. Now I have to like carry down 10 paintings up and down a bunch of stairs and drive them to him and all that shit. But, you know, that's not the end of the world. So I'm going to test that out. Everybody. So what I'm also implying here, if there were specific paintings that people were interested in prints and these photos are good, I could use those for my test photos and possibly have prints for them. You know, before other ones also. Skulls are always a safe bet. I like, you know, traveling with the larger ones are tougher. A print would probably be anywhere from $20 to $40. Well, the possibly, Monica, is if the photos are actually good enough for prints. I'm gonna go to that guy. I'm gonna do it. It's more about, can he actually deliver? Is the question mark. If not, I gotta try other places. Well, I think I'm just gonna, like, if I'm gonna go there, because Mud, like, it's a $20 setup fee is the main cost, I might as well just take like 10 and just do $50 as $60, right, worth of shit, versus like, so like $50 for like 10 or 11 or 12, and then like versus like $30 for 2, you know. Oh my God, Monica. What I'm saying is, if anybody wants me to prioritize certain paintings that prints aren't available of right now, post them in my Discord and I will get good photos of those ones. Bulletproof, nothing to lose. That is the tough part, finding someone that can provide you with the best photo. And that's the thing, Amizu, especially with how I paint, there's a lot of glare because I paint thicker. They're larger than what a lot of people do in general. The guy sounded very confident, though. Like, he was talking like, oh yeah, it's no big deal. And he's only like 5 minutes away from me. Yes. Well, I wouldn't say add, it transposes it, Monica. So like, oil paintings will have glare, but then you'll have areas that don't have as much gloss on them, or there might be raised surfaces. Varnish helps give you an even distribution of surface finish, which will make like the glare more even, but a similar amount of glare. Yeah. You need someone that is very experienced. He said he was, Omizu. Like, and his business had a lot of good ratings. He does it out of his home. He had a lot of good ratings, and he's only 5 minutes away from me. He's only 5 minutes away from me. So I'm gonna do that next week. So transpose means like it's like switching glare into a different type of glare. Ooh, fantastic, Mud. He did not have examples, Omizu. Well, not on his website, at least. But like, I feel like the money's like, if this was like $200, I'd be like, okay, then I might need to be more careful. But considering it's only like 50 for like 10 or 11 paintings, I feel like it's just, at this point, I should just go out and do it. No worries, Scudge. You are here forever, and your cat is here forever, too. So, there is no way out. I've changed my mind. Because Mud protested that I was going to let you go. So you are stuck here for the rest of eternity because of Mudworks. Mud, how could you do this? This starts somewhere and it doesn't seem bad. It does. It really doesn't, Omizu. It really didn't. It does. It for the price and how confident he saw. And like his business has been around for over a decade, and he had a lot of good reviews. So, Mud, this one's on you. Yeah. I gotta... rude. Mud, you complained about letting them go. I just want you to know that. Alright. Then I'll just be murdered. Obviously, Odorous. Ever thought about photograph? I have photographed them myself, but I couldn't get results I thought were good enough, Omizu. And that was at my last place. In my current place, it's a lot harder for me to make a setup that I could take good photos of this shit with proper lighting. Like, the logistics of my current place make it so taking photos with this camera is a lot more difficult. And then, yeah. So right now, everybody, in case this photographer is a serial killer, you should buy my paintings now so I can ship them out before I get serial killed. Have a good one, Monica. Rest well. The photographer's name is not Jan, but maybe it is Jan. Did Jan move to Rockford, Illinois and set up a business 10 to 15 years ago in preparation for my murder? I don't hide my town I live in, Galaxy Girl. I live in Rockford, Illinois. The long game, yep. And the time travel game. I live in Rockford, Illinois. Come and find me, I dare ya. That is true, Cranky. I would have Hot Pot, Galaxy Girl. Which one, Cranky Martini? I've not heard of one in Rockford. What's it called? Rockford was like a booming city, then a dead city. It's been a dead city for a long time. And since COVID, it's been growing again and like in the process of awakening. You built fuel nozzles? Well, I've worked on, you know, when I did the CNC stuff for aerospace, Cranky Martini, I've actually helped with a project on fuel nozzles for SpaceX, coincidentally. Ew, gross. Sick, I know. That was before we knew Elon was a Nazi. In my defense. Collins was... I have heard of Collins. Okay. Because that's interesting, because I'm looking for work, everybody. If I could do, find some reliable part-time work, and maybe I can there. So I worked at a contract CNC manufacturer where aerospace companies and DoD companies would give us parts, and I'd figure out how to make them. The process, I designed the fixtures, and the process of machining them, I modeled it, created all the drawings for it, and was in control of that. And I primarily worked with Northrop Grumman. Yep, I worked with QA, like CMM stuff too. I didn't do the CMM designs, but I worked with the quality people about the processes so they could measure it. So my first project at that company, Cranky Martini, was, remember when Trump reordered the B-2 bombers in like 2018? I was literally in charge of a project that made parts for those B-2s. My first project after getting there, and then my boss died 2 weeks in. No shit, Cranky, interesting. But so that company, we got jobs from like Boeing, Sikorsky, Raytheon, SpaceX, a lot of Northrop Grumman though. A lot of Northrop Grumman. We were working on stuff for Boeing when they had the when they had those what was it, the 30 what was it, when they had all those crashes. Oh, Raytheon. Okay. Oh, also a lot of Honeywell. But they only wanted one of our engineers to work on Honeywell shit. Yeah, those ones we were working at. We weren't working on parts for those planes, but we were working with Boeing during that time when it was like so much like bad bureaucracy there. Bulletproof. No, we're not finishing this today. This will be another session. Right now I'm dialing in positioning, everybody, and I'm starting to hone in on like the color values, or the contrasts of specific things. So I'm setting myself up. To finish on the next session. The fucking cheese fell again. This fucking cheese is gonna be the death of me. I gotta take a break anyways. I really gotta pee and poop. And cry. I really need to go poop, pee, and cry. I am, Galaxy Girl. This goddamn cheese. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break. And we will come back and continue. All right. Also, check those YouTube subscribes. If you aren't subscribed to my YouTube, please do. I'm a sad, desperate man. All right, maybe log into your parents' accounts or your significant other's account or your children's accounts and sub to my YouTube. All right. Trying to get to 1,000. All right, let's do this. All right, everybody. Ads are about to start. We'll see you in 5. Son of a bitch! Alright.
Son of a bitch!
Oh. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Not familiar with Kotlin Glove Hub. How you doing, bud? How you doing, Shasta? Yep, we're on sumo time now. Don't forget to follow Mud for their book that they're writing, Blazing Tachii, a touching love story between two rival sumo. Blazing Tachii, coming out in about 2 months. Existence is suffering, Glove Hub. All right, we did fix the cheese. Let's get the gloves back on. Bulletproof, nothing to lose. Far away, far away. The grapes have degraded a little bit. I might have to get new grapes for the last session. So I'm afraid of doing too much detail in them. Sorry, say that, it's wild how close to the background the reflection on the champagne in your reference photo is. Well, it's real, man. It's real, Cranky. Because it's not a reference photo. God damn it, the cheese might be moving a fucking gun. Bulletproof, nothing to lose. Far away, far away. Yeah, they're just starting to go. They were already old when I got them, Shasta. Cause they were what my mom was using to test them out. So, well, that's the thing, Galaxy Girl. Brown is orange. Brown is orange. Yeah, brown is just dark orange. That was a hell of a... That was a hell of an opening. Huh. Have we ever had that before, Mud? Squad, you have a great night. That was wild. That was wild. All right, see, that's... Okay, they tried again. Yeah, not that one either. The hell are you doing, Ethan Everett? Some cat. That's the first time I think anyone's ever attempted that here. Yeah. Someone trying to casually drop N-words in my chat, huh? Yeah. Maybe, Galaxy Girl. Yeah, Shasta, it's a really weird misunderstanding. They might, Cranky. Why would Monica get reported? Nothing to lose. Really? I think I recognize that name, Mud. Huh. Well, yeah, you just use yellows, reds. Use yellows and reds and browns and a little white. Huh. Interesting. They tried twice, and they that was not a misunderstanding. Well, how do you mix orange? How would you mix an orange, Galaxy Girl? Yeah, but how would you, well, you can still layer, right? Okay. Well, if you use too much yellow, it'll be too, you need to lean more into red or orange than yellow. I thought you were also mixing paints, not using pencil. So the rules of layering might be a little bit different there. Somebody just tried to come in here and say the N-word a couple times, Amy. In Twitch. Bulletproof. Thank you, Helpful Doodles. We're making our way downtown on this one. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. It did come down. No, it's all right. Mud and Maddie and Shasta were here. He tried it twice, though. He tried it twice. I'm guessing a he. Guessing a he. But I am a known misandrist. Right? That's the right word. It's always Mud, it's always a he. Yeah, who actually got the ban in? Who actually got the ban in? Mud, you can have 10 oily points. You could have 10 oily points for that. I don't even remember their name. Some guy who I think messaged for his first time last stream. Yeah. Thank you for the report, Mud. Or thank you for reporting them. A better way. Yeah. Thank you, Shasta. Maybe. Well, there was a guy who I even gave critique for and hung out in the Discord, and then he crashed out with Trump gifts in the Discord, and then when I banned him from the Discord, he messaged me on Instagram and Twitch and called me the F slur. There was that guy. And he was a guy who would like hung out for months. For months. And I wasn't even talking about political shit a lot. It was like Thunder something. It wasn't Thunder Bristle, right? It was like, but I think he had Thunder in his name or something like that. Jesus Christ, Cranky. In person? Or on like Twitch or something? Oh, okay, it was in your stream? Yeah. I haven't had to deal with too many like, racial trolls, thankfully. It was in the stream, it sounds like. Yeah. No, I don't think this person was a bot, Omizu. I don't think this person was a bot. I don't know if I'm getting popular, but we'll see. We'll see. Who in their right mind would watch this stream? Who in their right mind would watch this stream? Who? Yeah, I gotta become good at painting first. Oh my God, Cranky Martini. There it is, Mud. There it was. Sounded like a girl. Oh, no shit, Cranky. That's crazy. Yeah. What crazy bastards would watch this stream? Who? We've had a couple of those. I don't have my stream rated as mature. I probably should. We've had a couple times where there was like clearly a young kid come and watch, and thankfully they only have the attention span of one stream though at the most. Thankfully. Yeah, sounded like a girl. There's one thing that Mud used to get auto-modded for all the time, for saying sounds like a lady. Cranky, are you being sexist in the chat again? Cranky, are you? Cranky. That's true. Well, Galaxy Girl, it was a night just like tonight. Thunder. I can't believe this. I know. Bulletproof, nothing to lose. No, this was just second stream, Amizu. Second stream. The guy said something last stream, or the stream before that. Like, it was this week. And then he tried dropping 2 N-bombs in my Twitch chat. Oh, gotcha. So I'm not getting the stockiness right. That's how I have to do it.
I can feel it all the way down in my plum.
Right in those plums.
Get your hand off my penis!
It's not my hand, okay? Alright? We all have plums, Galaxy Girl. You're telling me Shasta doesn't have plums? Shasta is the biggest set of plums I've ever seen. Well, I've said this before. I am constantly followed by a black cloud. I'm the Eeyore of Northern Illinois, Black Phillip. So many plums. Huge plums. Plums, trees, peaches, anything. Mangoes. Apricots, nectarines, especially. Yep. I'm doing all right, Black Phillip. How you doing, bud? Long time no see. How have you been? Hope you've been well. Apricots. Peaches for me. Apricots. Apricots. Shut up, Galaxy Girl. I have no accent. None whatsoever. Apricots. Listen, our A's. It comes out in the A's, all right? Sausages. Chicago. Sandwiches. San Fernando. Ma. Do they? Not in person so much. There's a little bit of a reflection on them, but... Millions of peaches, peaches for me. God damn it, my cheese moved again. What the hell? God damn it. I know. This cheese is being a fucker. No, this cheese will work. This cheese will work. I gotta figure out how to brace it better. I watched a little bit during the break, Mud, when they were doing the ceremony to bless the, what's the ring called again? The Doshi? You are a cool, the Doyo. Yeah, that's it. You are a cool guy. I'm trying to get my brother to watch Shuma with me, because my brother is another sports guy like me. We watched a little bit of it back in November. God! Galaxy Gal! Tee-hee! You even mocked me with the tee-hee. millions of peaches. The jobs just aren't readily available. I mean, I would teach, like, I would do private lessons. I just don't know. Like, I've said it here. I don't necessarily advertise it on my sites, but, like, but also part of this stream is, like, kind of, like, providing teaching as well, at least questions. I do already offer free critique, but if somebody wanted private lessons, I'd happily give them, like, you know, do private lessons. But it hasn't come up. Hasn't come up. Yeah. Well, so Galaxy Girl, I started painting 4.5 years ago. I never took a class in school or anything like that. And I learned through observation and deduction and shit like that. You know, I watched YouTube, I reflected, I did all that stuff, and there are massive inconsistencies in people's approach, how they teach, their own values, their own ethics, and I had to wade through a lot of bullshit. Same with, like, paints, same with materials, same with everything. It's what got me to learn about all this shit. I'm also a pervert, so that kind of also, like, lend itself to that as well. And what I started streaming to try and produce, like, the content / availability of information that I wanted when I was learning. That was, like, part of my... Obviously, I'd love for it to become, like, a way to make money and, have stable income. Obviously, that's a part of it. But as far as, like, what content I made, the mission was to provide an avenue for people to see paintings, oil paintings, and have an avenue to learn and understand in the way I was searching for, specifically. Because, like, we talked about this earlier, there's people who, like, paywall shit really quickly, or who are not necessarily reliable with their information, which is a lot more common than you think. Much more common than you think. With people's general knowledge and the advice that they will willingly give authoritatively. And so, yeah, that's why I stream and do the specific things I do. Because it wasn't available to me when I was doing it. They don't necessarily... People need to make their money, and that's how a lot of, like... Frankly, that's how a lot of artists do it. They start classes. They start, like, paywalling shit, and... I personally don't like that. It's a turnoff for me, but I can't judge other people for doing it. But I wouldn't necessarily call it, like, gatekeeping, but it's like it's a very, I guess, subtle thing I'm going for. The difference between gatekeeping and paywalling. Because the information's available, you just gotta pay for it, right? Well, it's not even a sacrifice, right? Who would fucking buy like a video? And not to mention, like, you know, I am personally not a fan of video classes as a way of learning how to paint. But I have no like also like authority within the subject matter, mind you. Exactly. That's it, Todd. That's. But I just kind of like, I kept on seeing the same patterns, Galaxy Girl. Yeah. But mind you, also, you know, the problem with paywalling is they make it hard for you to verify whether they know their shit. And frankly, I have met very few people online who knew their shit materials-wise on painting. Very few. With regards to, like I said, materials, like history, techniques, pigments. Even the companies themselves give a lot of bad information. Yeah, it seems like there's some mud, but it's hard for me to judge the quality of it. Because I don't know anything, obviously, about it, you know. All my pottery info comes from parents making me wake up early on Saturday to learn pottering. Well, so it's like, it's kind of a problem with a lot of like art stuff, right? It's like, how do you verify that the information being presented is correct without doing research, right? I don't, Galaxy Girl, because you just have to still go with contrast, right? And that's also related to that aspect, you know, I advocate for also people learning how to like, well, how to learn about learning about their materials, right? As weird as that sounds. Because, you know, I think a lot of people think that like all the paint sold at like stores is essentially the same. Like the concept of a pigment, right? Seems like something that not a lot of people really concern themselves with. Or the differences between them. Is there so little factual knowledge out there because it is highly... Yep. And it's just so fragile, Mud. It's just so fragile. Have fun, Pickles. Steel's, yep, steel, obviously. Titanium. Yeah, it does. It does. God, what a maniac that fucking guy was. Still living rent-free in my fucking head. Yeah. Yeah, it was amazing, wasn't it, Amy? The gall on that son of a bitch. I hope he's watched again on other accounts and just been angry. He probably hasn't, but... Do you also remember that guy who kept on saying he was high on cocaine? While he was, like, arguing philosophy with me. God, I argue with trolls too much. Well, not with trolls necessarily. Uninformed people who think that they know everything too much. I can't help myself, everybody. I can't help myself. Trolling trolls a bit. How dare you, Amy? AMXW05. Welcome in. I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose. Do I remember what, Amy? Oh, the 21st night in September. All right, what other song should I get stuck in my head, everybody? Start mentioning songs until one gets stuck in there. That one didn't work, Amy. I could try on. Masquerade! Painted faces on parade. Masquerade. Bum 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 ba da 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 bum. Alright, there was that. See if that works. I'm not in a Mika mood. I'm not in a Mika mood. I did that like last stream. Not Hanson. It's not a Hanson day. Who's Vanessa? What's her name? Let's see. Nah, that one doesn't work. Oh, I did the making my way downtown for a second, yeah. But that was because I said I was making my way downtown for a painting thing for some reason. Because I'm totally random like that. Carlton, no. Oh, Vanessa Carlton. Okay, sorry. I thought you were saying Spinos. Let's see. Is there any Bowie songs I'm into right now? Time takes a cigarette, puts it in your mouth. Is that one catching? Put on a finger, another finger, then cigarettes. The Moon Man one or Starman? Major Tom? Check ignition and let God's love be with you. This is Major Tom to ground control. I'm feeling very still. I don't know that one. By Marina? Will you be live streaming from the art fairs? I might be. I might be, Omizu. But I might have to be careful. I might have to be careful with that. Because I don't also show myself. And I'm gonna have to schmooze people. You know. My moon, my man. I don't know that one, Amy. God, am I just not in a music mood outside of Titanium? Oh, shoulder. Ooh, shoulder. Watch the queer hockey, then watch the queer hockey. I got other things to watch, Amy. Yeah, I've been singing Titanium all day. Watch these nuts. I will, Amy. I will. Sia. Instead of Cesar. And I did it my way. Nope, Galaxy Girl, you're stuck. You know the rules. You're stuck here forever. There's only one way out. Stuck here forever. There's only one way out. No, Todd, today's Monday. Today's Monday, Todd. No, today's Monday. Todd, you had the day off today, bud. Do you not remember? Todd, you should maybe go see the doctor. No, you didn't go in today, Todd. You slept through the day. You said that at the beginning of the stream. Oh my god! Todd! What the hell? Listen, Todd, I just watched Gaslight yesterday, all right? Come here. Wink! Blink! How you doing, Richards? How's your day today? You can wear a gorilla mask? I always could. Todd, the closest... I mean, not Todd. Omizu, the closest one I'm doing to Des Moines is it could be Naperville or Barrington, Illinois. It was fair? Good to hear. And I did it my way. Oh, fuck you, Maddie.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Right in those plums. Bonjour, Salome Color & Co. Welcome in. If you have any questions, please let me know. fuck, the cheese. Let me fix this goddamn cheese again. I should probably put something to lean it against. That's a little bit more stable. What could I put? What could I put that would work? 'Cause this really sucks. That might... This could work. I'm gonna fix the cheese. For the 8th time. I'm worried about doing too much detail on this cheese. But I kind of have to. I'm French, but I love art, so I try to learn some techniques. You are painters. No, you don't need to apologize. Welcome in. Where are you from in France? Love France. Love France. Yep. Perfectly understandable. Ardennes? Oh, I don't know how to pronounce. I apologize for my pronunciation. Ardennes? I went to about a year and a little less than a year and a half. I went to Paris and Lyon. I stayed in Lyon for a while for the Rugby World Cup. I think it's just like people could be self-conscious. But Salom, you're perfectly understandable. If you needed me to repeat anything, just let me know. It is against Germany? Okay, cool. Yeah, yeah. And after all, we did it all. They are 100% badly made, Richards, as you know. And thank you, Richards. I make my own, Salome. I make my own. All these paints I made myself, and I sell them. Thank you, Mud. At that link right there, you could purchase them if you wanted to. Son of a bitch! What the hell, Maddie? Yeah, I am currently using oil paints, yeah. If that's what you were asking. Sorry, oil paints.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god, hooray! Welcome in, Amanda. Hi. I was wondering where you were at. I was wondering. I'm not familiar with Fatal Frame. What is it? What is that game? Also, post any of your links you want, Amanda. It was shorter than you expected. Oh, so you exercise them like how I do. Okay. So you use the camera to take photos of you exercising them, right? Good. Everybody go follow Amanda, Jack of all crafts, on everything or else. That's cool. Did you like it? Was it worth the wait? Are you painting our French mimolette? Mimolette. What does mimolette mean? Oh, fantastic. I'm glad you're excited. Need a translation on mimolette. Cheese? Oh, it means big feet. Okay. All right, Maddie. But as you can see, Salome, it's a kind of cheese. Okay. That cheese is right there. And the cheese fucking moved again. Son of a bitch. All right, we're not doing anything more with this cheese till next session. God bless America. It just keeps on sliding off. Like a bastard. Like a bastard man. I don't know. The cheese here in Chicago is pretty good. Or in Illinois. Rockford. No, no, Rockford is the best. Oh my god! Salt! Yep, I'm saying Rockford cheese is superior to French cheese. I do know. Well, it hasn't started yet. Thank you for the follow, Salome. We got Salome, everybody. That's a pizza party. That's a pizza party. That's a pizza party, everybody. Two 2 liters of RC Cola. We'll watch The Day that the Clown Cried. Is it The Day That the Clown Cried? What's a Jerry Lewis film that was banned for a while? Is it The Day the Clown Cried? We'll watch that, and we'll share a lean cuisine, a cheese lean cuisine pizza. I don't know what you're talking about, Richards. Absurd. How is this stream absurd? Your cheese comment? No, no, that's completely factual. That keeps on moving, huh? Have a good one, Salt. Nini. With my little hobby. Oh my god. Nini Salt, Nini Mud. A lot of cut cheese, I'm using. Fuck. That needs to be a little thicker, huh? Maybe on the top. Sounds good, Amanda. Get your snacks. Nope, you have to stay awake, Slum. Mandatory. Have to stay awake. Good. Good, Salam. Good. Good. Joke. What's a good Jewish wine? I want to go to... What is it? Manischewitz is the big Jewish wine? Thank you, Odorous. I made French fries yesterday. Damn. The convo before that ship was sunk probably went like Zelensky sank a boat. Wait, what did Zelensky do? I missed this news. Did Ukraine shoot down a boat? Or did a Russian boat get sunk? And was it by Iran? Oh, in the United States, like there was like a wasn't there a U.S. sunk a boat? Gotcha. Well, like United States or yeah, I know we sank an Iranian. I know there was something in India, right? About boat sinking or around India. Couple of Black Sea orders. Oh, really? Jesus Christ, this is turning into a fucking world war. Interesting. Boo-doo-hoo. Boo-ba-doo-boo. Keep that one like that. I did it all. Israel's backing the Kurds. So is the United States. That's what, like, I know Trump was trying to push the Kurds to start a civil war where, you know, millions of people will die, most likely. Yeah. Well, it's just amazing how the incompetence running around between our military and their decisions. Like, yeah, let's fucking attack a country that literally has nothing to lose and has, and then they misinterpreted how much support they have within the country. Like, on so many levels, it's just so incredibly stupid. So many levels. But, the thing about Bush is our military was a lot more competent back then, right? Not that I supported anything that they fucking did, but, like... Like, they attacked Iran, and we don't have enough munitions. You wouldn't, Richards. I was a spy one day. Who was it that thought I was a spy one day? I don't recall that. I do not recall that, Richards. I do not recall. If I remember it, I'll let you know. I don't recall this at the moment. Well, I know you are, right? I'm surprised how easily they saw through your ruse. Oh. Doobie-doo-beep-beep-boo. Shooby-doo-bop-bop-bum. Skeety-bop. Well... Well... Really? That wasn't that. You painting today, Richards? God, I just realized I'm warm. God damn, I hate warm weather. All right. Yeah, quiet stream today. Quiet stream. Must be the sumo. You got it that time. It's alright. This happens. I am a failure, though. Well, because I don't have any viewers. My success is based on how many people arbitrarily watch me. Yeah, it could be the sumo mukbangs. Oh, you're good. You're good, Silvergrind. I appreciate it. How is D&D? Or if you're probably busy, so feel free to ignore that. And thank you for all who are watching. They're eating breakfast. It's so fun, Richards. It's so fun. How are your potatoes turning out? A newly hatched ablo that is interesting. What are you using? Are you doing D&D or are you doing another like rule system? What system are you playing under, Silver? Ivy? Okay. I still had cards. That's why I used to only play online MTGO. Played that for a while. Not like the newer online one. I'm talking the old school way. That sounds good, Odorous. Yeah. I did swimming as a kid and stuff like that, and I like beaches, but I'm more infatuated with my home, like where like the inside of my home more than anything. I shouldn't do much with these grapes, mind you. Or just do that. But so like I'm more infatuated with getting like the exact home I want. Oh, I get you. I get you. You were a merfolk.
Fucker.
You're a fucker. That's how a lot of people die, Richards. Be careful. Was there any issues with like tides and stuff like that or currents? Because I know that like that was a big warning when we used to go to Lake Michigan. Yeah. You know what? We gotta test. I gotta test this out because it looks better with the shadow over here. Fuck. Ever since I've been using the filler medium, by the way, everybody, I've been and I've gotten accustomed to it on everything. I have been enjoying using it. And shit does go a lot farther. Shit goes a lot farther with that filler medium. Richards, you have some, right? You bought a tube of it? Have you? Yeah. I've been I used to pre-mix and now I've been liking mixing it. If you saw at the beginning of the streams, I've just been mixing it in all my colors. And I've been liking how it goes. Impasto carbonara. That does sound good right now. Doesn't taste quite as good. How dare you, Richards? I put tons of pork jowls into that impasto filler. Guanciale. I put pounds of guanciale in that. I did it my way. That angle does not seem great. Snosberries taste like snosberries. Hi, grumpy artist. No, the first one was a practice one. Kanatistan. Welcome in, Grumpy. Nice to see you again, buddy. The first one was practice because this is like the larger size, and you see I added some stuff. So, because this is a late Christmas gift for my mom, and so I did a practice one so she could see. She was like very particular about the background color and things like that. So I wanted, before I like fully committed to one and have to redo a bunch of shit, I did that other one so she could like be more confident in her choices. Yeah. How have you been, Grumpy? Nice to see you again. I did a series of paintings. What about all the kids from the Willy Wonka? That could be good. I bet you're gonna have a tough time finding good pictures. Land of Geniuses. Good. Good, Grumpy. Yeah, I know. It's just like, you're probably gonna have problems with lighting, and like good exposure and shit like that. Not even talking about focus or resolution. As somebody who has searched for stuff like that in the past, it can be difficult. You like the new one, Grumpy? Yeah. We added the cheese. We added the grapes.
Blueberries are neat.
What just happened? Oh, thank you, Manu. Blueberries are neat. I do like blueberries. Thank you so much, Grumpy. You have a wonderful night, bud. Thanks for stopping in. That's a good idea. Yeah. Oh, you just reformat it, Richards. You just reformat it. Yeah, if you just say how to reformat my computer, it's built into Windows and how to do it. that I'm not sure. I'm not sure what would be recoverable if you reformat it. It will wipe it, but I don't know if there's ways to recover after wiping. Oh my god! I mean, you could probably search that too, Richards. I mean, maybe it's like a matter of like reformatting it twice in a row. Okay. Should we call it for the day, everybody? Is it time to call it? Yeah, well, it's curious on how much of a wipe a reformat does. I do have to sign, I'm going to sign a couple more paintings too. With this paint that I brought over here. Almost done. There's this C stuff that I want to...
Badly.
Amanda! Alright. Okay, let's, So you know what you could do, Richards? Reformat it twice. Reformat it twice in a row. I wanted to sign shit. But I don't know how pissed they will be that you do that. I don't know, like... Oh, fuck. This shit's still here. I gotta sign this one. This is the first one, everybody. We're gonna sign this one. Yeah, I just don't know if they're gonna be bitches and try and like sue you for something stupid. I don't know. It's probably more trouble than it's worth. No, this isn't done, Maddie. We're just done for today. Signing another. I'm signing 2 paintings. I'm signing this one. What color would be good to sign it? Good luck. What do I need luck for? Yeah. Needs to be brighter. There we go. Look at that beautiful, shitty signature. Probably should have just done that in black. Who gives a shit, though? I know, you probably... Nothing, but it would just be a pain in the balls. You know what I mean, Richards? That's more of the point. Nope, just signing it with my initials. What's the best way? This other one's a large painting. Let me... This chair makes my knee tight, too. I'm not saying they have, like, they would do anything. That's true. It'll be more trouble than it's worth for them, because they won't get anything. Good enough. Good enough. All right. Oh, fuck. All right, let's clean up. All right. A little bit of a slow night, but that's okay. Till next time, probably Sunday. Maybe a little bit of an earlier start on Sunday. We'll see. All right. Sumo starts tomorrow, everybody. Don't forget to watch Sumo. After this painting, we're going to do a sumo portrait, actually, in honor of the sumo tournament, as is tradition. If there's a sumo you'd like me to do a portrait of, post it in the Discord. Or at least a person. Then after that, we're going to finish that Dick trip with the Kevin painting is after that. God damn it. I'll do my best, Amizu, as per usual. All right. Got one more thing to do while you're all still sticking around. Time to wipe the deed. Live and uncensored, existence is suffering. All right, let's also let me wipe first. All right. God, I gotta get more D-wipes. I'm almost out. D-wipes are kind of expensive, you know. Oh, Lord. This is awful. It's all lukewarm and moist. Jesus. I despise this, and you for watching. Alright. These wiped. Let me take a photo of this. Alright. We'll post that whip in the Discord.
Hey, Stella!
I'm badly, not Stella. Alright, that's in the Discord. That is in the Discord. Just sick. It is. It's disgusting. Alright, let's find somebody to raid. Carlos is on. Let's raid Carlos. All right, everybody. Till next time, Sunday-ish. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. We'll be finishing this very likely on Sunday. If not, I'll be Monday. Maddie, Nini, Richards, Catherine, Omizu, Pickles, Salt Mud, Shasta, Odorous, Todd, anyone else, Mono. Thank you so much for the bits. I hope you have a wonderful night. Oh, oh shit. I think they just, oh, I gotta cancel this raid. Guess it's not Carlos we're going to. Alright, Carlos stopped streaming. So we gotta find somebody else.
Son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch! Richards, I hope you do too, bud. Alright, let's find somebody else.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I am being repressed. Shasta, Nini. Let's raid Ches. We haven't raided Ches in a bit. Ches Raz. Alright, everybody. Once again, till next time. Sunday, most likely Sunday, probably an earlier start, and we'll finish this. We will finish this. And yeah. That's about it. All right. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Thanks for watching. We will see you soon. If I can click this. Hold. Good. Go.